años ya los cómics este.
Hola, 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 hola. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Vamos, Víctor. Hola, 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 hola. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola. Sí, sí. Hola, hola. Pruebas. 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, canal d'anglès. Hola, hola, canal d'anglès, segona prova. Hola, 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 hola. No. Hola, hola. Víctor, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Prova pels intèrprets. 1, 2, prova per als intèrprets.
Er ist nicht da. Danke.
A ti, yo el último para darte paso a ti, pero tú ya empiezas con la conferencia.
En principio hay como una inauguración,
Sí.
y después, bueno, conferencia, sí, rollo voy a meter aquí, pero él da la bienvenida y tú haces de maestro de ceremonias. Igual haces tú, no lo sé.
¿Empezamos? Bé, molt bon dia a tothom.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to the European Institute of the Mediterranean, IEMed. Shall we do it in Spanish or Catalan? The translation is into English. Well, thank goodness we're all multilingual. Anyway, good morning and welcome to the IEMed. For us, it is a great honor to host this session, mainly sponsored by the Rafael Campalans Foundation, and that is true for many reasons. Let me say that it is great to cooperate with the Rafael Campalans Foundation, to have President Montilla with us, Secretary of State Eva Granados, and it's a special year as we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process. Therefore, that is something to bear in mind. This organization has been involved from the very beginning with the Barcelona process in 1995. I can say this very clearly. I was not there personally, so I'm not bragging personally. So I'm free to highlight how important this organization was in that process, beginning with the launch of that process in 1995, organizing at the behest of the European Commission and the Spanish presidency during that semester of the civil forum that accompanied in the Pedralbes Palace, the very first EuroMed ministerial summit that launched the Barcelona process. And since that time, we've been very closely involved in it, and even in the bylaws of this organization, we modified them to include the Barcelona process, forming part of the consortium with this institute, with different cooperation models with different ministerial bodies and so forth. So it's an important year for us. 2025 is very important. So we're very grateful to the Rafael Campalans Foundation for choosing this site, our home, for this seminar. Let me just say that 1995, we were just talking about this a moment ago. It was a time of optimism. After the Madrid conference of 1991, the peace process following the Oslo agreements, we were reaping the dividends of peace and using that opportunity for peace in the Middle East to advance in Euro-Mediterranean cooperation. But things have become extremely complicated since then. As we know, the 9/11 attacks, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, international terrorism, and so forth. And today we are even more perplexed. We could never imagine that the strange things that are happening in the United States are happening as they are. There seems to be an attack on the separation of powers in the United States, and it's still hard for us to understand if it's possible to understand it at all, the United States' international position and profile. All this means is that Europe must grow up once and for all. As Uncle Sam is no longer going to protect us, we must take responsibility for our own destination, for our own destiny. And in the Euro-Mediterranean region, this is even more relevant. We were already attempting to do so. This is a crucial moment in many regards, not just in geopolitics, but because we are going through a double transition, the ecological and the digital transitions, the two main transitions for our future and for our societies. The ecological transition is, as you know, an urgent matter. In the Mediterranean, the temperature has risen more than the average temperature rise around the planet. Therefore, these are threats that can only be addressed with a common stance from the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean. And we also are going through the digital transition, another challenge, which, as we've said, there are differences among countries that are more or less up to date. There are societies that appear to be more advanced and they're in an analog model when others are more in a digital model, and there can be a lot of gaps. The digital gaps are all too present around the Mediterranean basin. Less than 50% in the Mediterranean has access or is connected to the internet. So I can't go on much further. That is not my role here today. I just wanted to welcome you and thank you, especially the Secretary of State, as she is here. She is here, and I want to remember that we have a close collaboration with them and with IEMed in recent years, the Spanish cooperation agency. We have worked in every way possible for the Spanish International Cooperation Program, for the Maghreb and all of Northern Africa, where we have been working very closely. Technical meetings, preparatory meetings for the entire Masar program. Now it's Masar El-Al. And this is all very significant to build in the Northern Mediterranean these general goals of a space for peace, dialogue, cooperation among all countries of the Mediterranean basin. And with the Spanish cooperation, we are working toward those goals. And on this panel, we are fortunate enough to have with us a lot of consensus on the purposes of our foreign policy and cooperation, and of course the different stakeholders at the local level, the autonomous regions, and the central administration of Spain, all have a convergence in development, cooperation, aid, and especially around the Mediterranean basin. So thank you, President Montilla, for being with us this morning. Thank you, Secretary of State. And we'll now hear from Ms. Luis Rudup, delegate of the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation in Spain and Portugal, who is also a sponsor of today's activity. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm going to speak in English because I've been requested to do so.
Everybody, it's a pleasure to be here in Barcelona. We have our office in Madrid, so we come to Barcelona every once in a while, but it's always really nice to be here, and thank you very much for hosting us, EuroMed. It's great to be here, and thank you very much also to the Rafael Campalans Foundation, to José Montilla, and also to Pau Solanilla and Jordi. We have been collaborating for a long time, and we have been partners in many different subjects, but particularly on this issue on the cooperation in the Mediterranean. And maybe just briefly, for those who don't know, Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung, the Fondation Friedrich-Ebert, or Fundación Ebert, como es conocido aquí, is a German political foundation which shares the values of the social democracy. So it's freedom, social justice, and solidarity. And we've been championing these topics or these values since 1925. So we have something in common in this year. In 2025, we also have an anniversary And ours is a bit bigger, or we celebrate the 100th anniversary just in this coming months in March in Germany. And we have been working also internationally since the late 60s, and it sort of led to a network of offices in more than 100 countries, and also a lot of offices around the Mediterranean shores. In Spain, we opened an office in 1976, and since then, I think we had close relations to the Rafael Campalans Foundation and to people who work on advancing social democracy and social justice and democracy in general, and also peace in Spain and also in Europe in general. And with all our activities to strengthen democracy and social justice, and also international understanding and collaboration, we always focus on dialogue, and focus on dialogue with a broad variety of stakeholders. For us, it's very important also to discuss with parliamentarians, so we're very happy that we have representatives of the Catalan parliament here, but also from the government. And we also work a lot with trade unions, which for us are important stakeholders to advance in social justice issues. And today we're going to talk about digital and green transition, which is a topic, I think, it's a very challenging topic for all our countries, but it also has the great opportunity that it's something which all the countries are interested in, so we share the common interest, and it's sort of not bringing something from one shore to the other, but it's sort of a common interest, and it's something we have to work on all sides of the Mediterranean, from east to west and north to south, and I think we should not forget the overall objective of all our policies and ideas and projects which we put into practice or which we propose, which is social justice and equal opportunity. It's the rule of law and democracy, it's prosperity, it's stability, and it's peace. And I know that we have lots of people here with us, and we have also friends and collaborators of FES with us, with whom we have worked for a long time. It's Anna Teron is going to be on the panel, and Noah El Mikawi has come from Egypt, from Cairo, to be with us today. And Pau, I mentioned him already, will be speaking with us. And I would also like to thank Roger Albignana for moderating the sessions. And particularly, I would like to thank the State Secretary that she carved out some time to be with us. And I wanted to be very brief, so I leave all the more interesting topics and issues to be addressed to those who know better than I. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias y tengo ahora el honor de...
It is now my honor to give the floor to the Secretary of State for International Cooperation, Eva Granados. We're very honored to have you with us, and you are at home because the Spanish administration is one of the trustees of this institute through the International Cooperation Agency, and therefore you are the representative of that trusteeship here today. Thank you very much. I will speak in Catalan if that's okay. As there is also the translation service available, we can do it that way. I am very, very happy to be here at IEMed. I was a member of the Board of Trustees of the Rafael Campalans Foundation. I had to leave that post and I became Secretary of State. Today is the first time I have spoken as a member of the Spanish government at a Rafael Campalans event. President Montilla and myself were behind the report on the fight against inequality as one of the main products of the Rafael Campalans Foundation since the budget cutbacks came into force in our country. And changing roles this way has been very relevant. And it's also emotionally significant for me to be here at the IEMed. As Sinan said, it is my home, it is our home the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the European and cooperation also forms part of the IEMed. So there's a whole communion here. And I will also greet, as I will have to give a longer presentation, my keynote address. But I wanted to share a few ideas with you to start off. First of all, let me recognize the role played by the Rafael Campalans Foundation. This is the 15th EuroMed Forum. It is a long-standing tradition in which Rafael Campalans has been a player in the Barcelona process, where Barcelona has played a key role, as so has IEMed, as President Florence has said, and that Barcelona and Catalonia, with its community and institutional network at so many levels, that is so involved in the Mediterranean region with a European outlook, as the two elements add up. Europe from Catalonia and the Mediterranean region from Catalonia. That is a piece of added value when it comes to being at the EuroMed Forum, sponsored by the Campalans Foundation. And another thing, as we speak of challenges and opportunities, it may sound a bit threadbare, but it's what we always say when anything that's important comes up. But we were discussing this before we came up here. Many things have happened in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Many things are happening around the world. 2025 is an important year, not just because of the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process, but due to the disruption that is taking place around the world, that is influencing decision-making around the world. And this 30th anniversary may be a turning point for us as well in all these topics. The convergence of these two transitions, digital and green, the cooperation law that I will speak about in a moment, and the Spanish Cooperation Master Plan 2024-2027. Therefore, we can refer to a triple transition, as we must also include the social transition, digital, economic, social, and also always governance and democracy as factors of intervention within the framework that we are working on when it comes to cooperation and development work among us and our partner countries. So it's great to talk about the digital and economic transition, as they do have an influence. If they are not fair, if they are not inclusive, if they are not sustainable, and all of these words have a direct impact on the social side of things, if they are not all those things, they won't make sense from our point of view at the Foundation, Rafael Campalans Foundation, my agency, and everyone who is here. We want to work for diversified, inclusive economies based on knowledge, based on added value. We've been working for many years on Catalan and Spanish governance from a logic of cooperation with the Mediterranean region. And the same is true, not just for knowledge and added value policies, but for trade, investments, education, training, everything that has to do with industrial development as well. For me, these are the main pillars, in addition to the economic transition, that we must take into account, as well as the digital transition. It is a must, not a musk. It is a must. It is a duty, as we can't speak now about anything without including this new form of literacy, digital literacy, technological literacy. Here, obviously, we must refer to the gaps, and I will do so in my longer presentation. So let me finish just by thanking you for your invitation, and I hope it's not the last time. I'm here to talk about my bit, but I also want to make an appeal to all of you to work all together. If the Spanish government is working in any direction for cooperation, and I will tell you more about this in a moment, it's to work in a systemic way. Jordi Quadras is the president of the Catalan Foundation, but also co-focus all of the funds throughout Spain. Development cooperation, Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, all of these forms of cooperation will make sense from the standpoint of a systemic complementarity, adding all of our assets together. And that is how this double transition, economic and green, digital, can be completed successfully. So I hope we have a very fruitful debate, but also feel mobilized following our time here together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Secretary of State. Thank you for being here. And thank you, now that you've mentioned this, thank you for reminding us we always hear about this double transition in Europe, the digital and green transition. It's great to also remember the social transition. I think it's important to remember it, and we must bear it very much in mind, because it's a fundamental part of the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation. We want to improve the situation of the people in the different countries, north and south, and so it is truly, for me, a pleasure and exciting to now give the floor to President Montilla. As we were coming down in the elevator, we were remembering how so many years ago we had met in different organizations, the institutions around Barcelona, and I've always thought of him as an admirable person for many reasons. So I'm very, very excited and happy to give you the floor today. Thank you, Senen, and good morning to one and all. Thank you, Luis, for the and your foundation, Friedrich-Ebert. Thank you, Eva, for being with us here today. The Campalans Foundation and those of you who are here on the table is grateful for your cooperation, which is essential for the holding of activities such as today's. Let me also express my appreciation for the people who will take part in this activity. We'll hear from Eva, but then also Jordi Quadras, Noah, El Mikawi, Ana Tedron, Roger Ariñana, Paul Solanilla, and Agustí Fernandez. So thank you to one and all. We will be very attentive to what you have to say, your analysis, which I'm sure will help us to know more about the situation at the present time and get the proposals right. In December 2023, just a bit more than a year ago, at the last meeting of the forum, in which we were speaking of a Mediterranean in crisis, discussing the political and economic situation of the region, the Israel-Gaza Strip war, and the challenges around sustainable and inclusive development. 1 year on, we're even worse off, not better off, to be honest. Since that time, things have changed, but not for the better. Let me speak clearly. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict has become a true massacre. And the perspectives for solution that we and many other people have defended and advocated for, the two-state solution, is getting further and further away. That is the reality of it. And the world that we have known, based on international law, multilateral organizations, commitments, and cooperation, seems to be vanishing. And the trust in liberal democracy as a system for peaceful coexistence is also suffering. We see how the different indices that study the average levels of democracy around the world show how it is stagnating and how it is shrinking around the world, and how the far-right parties are growing, forming part of European governments, Italy, Hungary, Slovakia, conditioning them at other levels, the traditional European right in France, Germany, Spain, with significant growth of these political organizations. And we can't overlook the increasing disparity in wealth distribution around the world, and these techno-archies, technological oligarchies represented by Elon Musk, whose ambition is to use the government action as a source of wealth generation. The new presidency of the United States is a prisoner to all of this, and it shows all of this with its aggressiveness, with its strength, with its fake news, lack of respect for the rule of law, and with political and strategical arguments that are being followed around the world, Europe included. All of these things are disrupting the world of development cooperation and development aid, the multilateral organizations, and the role of the United Nations itself. All of these changes should appeal to us, should concern us, and must motivate us to work. We believe that we need greater integration between the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean, based on cooperation, based on trade, based on investment in infrastructures, based on recognition and mutual respect, and the existence of joint organizations that are devoted to this. We still believe that for us, the Europeans, it's better to have a world based on rules and not the law of the jungle. Living based on democracy, human rights, rule of law, this is the strength of Europe. But we also know that next to this strength, we must ensure our strategic autonomy in defense, industry, technology, science, international trade, and our capacity to manage our own demography and immigration. It's a matter of further developing our strategic autonomy, and that is what must make Europe its own independent player, defending its own rights. Therefore, meetings such as today's are even more relevant, as we must think about how to act with this recent turn of events in the United States, dismantling the U.S. aid agency, freezing aid for humanitarian programs, social programs, environmental programs, the withdrawal from multilateral organizations. As we heard earlier, the United Nations, all of these things have consequences for Europe. We must ask ourselves what role the European Union may play. And to do so, know the political context of the European Union and the member states that are very much conditioned by the growth of these far-right organizations and Eurosceptics. This statement that we've heard so many times, we need more Europe, that is essential, more so than ever. More Europe, or where there's a Europe that now appears to be in decline. But we can be optimistic. I prefer to be optimistic, because pessimism doesn't do anyone any good. Even when there are reasons to be pessimistic, we must be optimistic. The agenda of the new European Commission with relation to the Mediterranean includes a new commissioner for the Mediterranean who has been charged with the formation of a new agreement for the Mediterranean to build agreements on strategic partnerships to promote the trade and renewable energies, sustainable clean technology, with the new technology being created around the Union, and to also address immigration, among other issues. The key issue in all of this that will determine the success of the EU is the consolidation of the political alliance among the political groups that built it, the Social Democrats and the European Popular Party and other democratic and Europeist groups. And we must work to prevent conservative groups from assimilating the far-right programs and that of the new American right. We must have European organizations around our different countries. Here, fortunately, very recently, maybe just yesterday, an agreement was reached in Austria, which is, for the moment, distancing the danger of a European country in which the far right is in control. And this requires Social Democrats to be very careful in our proposals, to be very tenacious and very convinced of our proposals. We will talk about all these things today. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your participation. Let's now get underway with the keynote address from Eva Granados. With Eva, as she said, we have worked at the Rafael Campalans Foundation in a very special way at the social level, but also as a member of the Board of Trustees and as a person who has had responsibilities in the PSC, especially in the parliamentary group, has worked for many years. So it is a pleasure to have you with us. We are very happy to listen to you and listen to what you have to say. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, President, for your words. It's a special moment for me. And you said opening conference, you called it opening conference. However, I would like to explain you about many issues, but I think that the expert know-how will come from our round table afterwards. I like to say hi to Luis Nola. I didn't say anything, but we meet often in different events. Therefore, we cannot understand the network of the evolution elements in Spain without the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation. So I'm sure we're going to be working for a long time. Our first thought, after what the President, Mr. Senen, said, so first thought, because many things are happening with a cooperation to development logic. After that, I'm going to explain you how we collaborate, work from the Spanish cooperation. We are living changing moments for better, even if we look so counter-cycle. And then I'm going to talk about Mediterranean cooperation. I'm going to explain you about the Masar Alan program, which I'm going to explain to see our thoughts. I'm going to look at your faces, since if I get you bored, I'll make it shorter. I've got lots of things to tell you, but I'm willing to listen to people participating in the roundtable. So first idea, this year we presented the yearly program for the Caroline Foundation. This is a private foundation and a think tank, which commented about the perplex world and this situation of uncertainty. As the President said, the USAID crisis, the main agency of collaboration in the United States, and as well the Ukraine war, the Russian takeover and crisis in the Middle East, which gets more and more complicated. So if we add to these three elements this international ultra-right-wing policy, there is something against collaboration to development. We see all people supporting to the closing to the USD, which is not only American stakeholders, the French, the British, and our agency are suffering some campaigns about questioning funds for cooperation funds. This is important to look at cooperation to development in a revolving moment. Maybe it's a right moment to undertake important changes now, maybe because so many things are happening at the same time. And we are clear about the fact that our institutions, were important 100 years ago. We are talking about emerging countries which have been there for a long time. And maybe we left aside the fact of explaining in citizens what is the sense of policy to development, why do we invest, what do we do, why we undertake some dialogues with some other countries about shared development programs. And while we are doing things, these policies are being questioned by some other people or groups. Among all these things happening in the world, this thing is going on as well. Oriol Barba now it was working with me, and often we talk about camping in the Diagonal Street in 2007. Do you remember this? And at that moment, there was no questioning whatsoever. There was a reivindication that made society move around this demand for governments to dedicate public funds to development policies. And civil society, students, doctors, etc., organized themselves and took their holidays to collaborate in some territories. In other countries, we went through that. We are talking about decades ago, and cooperation has changed a lot. And now we do financing collaboration policies, which I'm going to comment on later on. But now these policies are being largely questioned. Therefore, we cannot just stop and do anything while our public policies, with adheres to public policies, the cooperation law was voted, but all the MPs, except for the ones belonging to the Vox party, now things change very quickly. We must be very alert. I always say that everybody, for as much as possible, should make the effort to explain why we do some cooperation policies. Starkmer in the United Kingdom took the decision to cut down resources of development cooperation and to invest more in defense. The Spanish government said that the present challenge for safety has to mean added resources to the European budget, because we understand that development cooperation in the Spanish government, such as a commitment with other stakeholders to as a redistribution of the global wealth. And this cannot be reduced when cooperation to development is being questioned. So this cooperation policy as a redistribution model at the global scale finds Spain as an expression of solidarity for those who have been camping in the Diagonal Street for the 0.7%. As for those ways of solidarity and some others, we must export all this movement as a society. It's the moment to face the things. Sometimes we said, okay, extreme right wing is totally irrational. They have no sense. However, they have been undermining the welfare state, and they've been growing, and we are living in an alert moment. It's a moment of reflection and of speaking about cooperation policies. We have to say to citizens that we are not just talking about solidarity, but about responsibility as well, because we have this logic of global public issues such as health. During the COVID pandemic, we realized how this could impact us, and in every municipality we should work for better health in all areas in the world, including ours as well. And it's very important to make a citizen very well aware of the fact that imbalances or risk, if you enter once anywhere in the world, can mean danger for us, and we must continue to collaborate. Applying not a vertical logic, we are highly recognized at a logic level. Sometimes we don't have enough self-esteem to communicate how we work and how we are valued elsewhere else. When we talk about making relationship with some other countries, we understand the dialogue, such as policy one, from the SDGs and the 2030 agenda. We have a ministry dedicated to the coordination of the 2030 agenda. In Spain, everybody is waiting to see how the SDG5 is being developed, and we work with other member states applying this logic. We see at what moment they are in the Agenda 2030 and look at the moment where they are in order to collaborate from there on. So we work from a policy dialogue perspective to create international agreements after making a shared diagnosis and listening to civil society. And we listen to Spanish stakeholders in other countries as well, and from their own words we set up our working perspective and objectives. And how do we do that? We intensively work at the multilateral level. I've been in the Secretary of State for 1 year, 3 months. I've been traveling a lot to New York. I thought that I would be traveling rather to Brazil or Colombia, but instead I've been to New York, Rome, Geneva, Paris, where the headquarters of multilateral organizations lie and where the different countries agree with the NU nations in order to make inclusive multilateralism progress, which is what somebody wishes to destroy now. However, I don't want to be pessimistic either, because even if a very powerful country is leading this revolution now, I think that if we add the resources of the European Union and states for official collaboration to development, we'll see that our percentage is higher than the United States ones. If we add Japan and United Kingdom as well, we are an important site, and we will see now how we reorganize ourselves, and we convince those who don't want to be involved anymore. So now we are dedicating lots of energies. In June in Sevilla, the 4th conference for financing the development is going to be held. This is not one more conference. The last one on the development financing was held in 2015, and now they're only 5 years ahead to finish Agenda 2030. The gap we have of the SDGs is so big that Sevilla means an historical opportunity to mobilize resources from multilateral banks, from philanthropic sides, to mobilize domestic resources elements. So the multilateral sphere is very, very important at this moment for cooperation. One example mentioned by President Montilla, UNRWA, the United Nations agency in Palestine, is working there, And this is the goal for those who want to finish this conflict in a specific way. But for those who want a solution of the two states, who want a war to be finished and live in cohabitation of the two states exist, means reinforcing UNRWA and defending it from the attacks being suffered not only from the Israeli administration. So Spain has tripled the resources dedicated to UNRWA now. I remember some conversations, discussions in Brussels where some European Union member questioned the UNRWA work. And an independent side said not of the denounces to UNRWA have any basis, and defense to multilateralism are highly important because UNRWA is working for the quality of millions of Palestinians, and it cannot disappear at all. So this multilateral work is absolutely necessary. Same thing for emergency responses. And in this region, the headquarters in Turkey, Morocco, or floods in Libya have been addressed by Spain in terms of response to emergencies. And talking about bilateral issues, in Spain we work in 3 different levels of sustainable development frameworks to work with member states since a lot of time. Costa Rica, 40 years, for example, we are celebrating our 40th anniversary for bilateral cooperation. And we have some other association frameworks for strategic alliances in some countries where a dialogue with the government is not specifically easy, and we have to work with civil society. And the network with the governments, where the role of NGOs is a reality, and in these countries we require to implement some other instruments. This is the way we have to work. This is what we focus on, the bilateral and multilateral side. And I'm going to explain what the moment Spanish collaboration is at the moment. In the meantime, in 2023, the law to development in global solidarity was approved. I was a stakeholder in the Senate, and in the Senate, this law was approved by the right-wing parties, and we approved a national policy. When we talk about this, we have to talk about solidarity, global solidarity policy as well. 4 out of 5 Spaniards support what it says in our constitution. When we start listening to attacks to global solidarity and collaboration to development, we must remind some people that we support Constitution, because the Spanish Constitution talks about collaboration to fight poverty worldwide. So we should defend our Constitution in development terms as well. So this law was approved after 25 years. And this was another moment we challenged the challenges to transition. It talks about a triple transition and talks about pluralism of stakeholders and how they operate. Therefore, it's very important with work being done by autonomous communities, by municipalities, by trade unions, by companies, universities. All of these are important stakeholders to collaboration to development. And now in the Secretary of State, we are creating alliances and signing down agreements together. There is a Team Europe, and there is a Team Spain, Spanish team as well. So it means that we work together. And the ESIT agency, which is the main point, which has not been specifically supported for a long time. So it's being supported now. We doubled the investment to it. We are engaging some other professionals, recruiting some collaborators as well. And this is going to be a professional study about cooperation. So we were talking about the 0.7% and camping moments. It means civil society willing to cooperate. This has become a solid, robust public policy with resources, instruments, and professionals. We have the Mediterranean House and a structure working around collaboration, and we need to provide some studies to people who dedicate their lives to collaboration. So we changed the agency. The decree of subsidies have been approved. And we've made an upgrade as well in the governance bodies. Before, it was an interterritorial commission where I met with cooperation general directors. Now it's intersectoral meeting with the minister and all the autonomic representatives with Rafael and Confocus as well, which are the local stakeholders. We upgraded as well the participation body, which is the Super High Council of Coordination to Development with many stakeholders, including many ministries, and we created an interministerial commission with the perspective of all the sides in the government. Many ministries do a lot of work with are related to cooperation as well. We can talk about the metropolitan area and its involvement in water management. And in the same manner, the Ministry of Green Transition or the Economy Ministry are working about cooperation elements as well. So the government is coming closer. So the second group.
Let me speak now more specifically about this region. The law of 2023 and the master plan approved before summer, the master plan for Spanish cooperation, both refer to the Mediterranean region as a priority region. It is a priority region, and within that priority region, there are priority countries. So this region is one of the most important elements for Spanish cooperation, where we must work most intensely. What are the priority countries? Mauritania, Morocco, the sub-Saharan population, Tunis, Palestine, and Lebanon. Those are our priorities in this region. This means that we are working constantly with those countries. We have just finished our association agreement with Mauritania. Now we're working with Jordan and Morocco. And obviously with the Palestinian situation, we are tailoring our activities to what the conflict allows us to do. We do all of this with decentralized cooperation. There are countries in which if you add up all of the money being devoted by autonomous communities, local councils can add up to more money than that which is being spent by the Spanish administration. Therefore, it makes sense to have a systemic approach when we speak of voluntary interventions, autonomous communities and local councils that are intervening, that they also participate in the planning of what Spain will do, and that they assume the projects or add to them regionally or by sectors. That is what is also happening in the Euro-Mediterranean region. It's a region in which there are many mid-income countries, so the logic of cooperation can have many different meanings, but we are neighbors, we share the same neighborhood, and we have shared challenges or problems. Climate change, the greater impact that we are suffering, this is happening on both sides of the Mediterranean. When we speak of fighting climate change, we are speaking of defending ourselves, us, not just them. And just like gender, climate, water, those are our top priorities. Figures are some 1.4 billion euros. That's the official figure for development aid from Spain to this region. It's not the region that we've devoted the most to. We have a long tradition with America, South America, Latin America, the Caribbean, but to an increasing degree, there will be more resources and a higher priority attributed to the Mediterranean region. Let me finish now with the last thing I wanted to discuss, and then we can move on to the conclusions and then other matters. What is the crown jewel that we mentioned and Synod mentioned that IEMed is participating in? We want to work within a logic. Although we have these bilateral relations with the countries that I mentioned that are the priority countries, we work with a regional logic. We believe that the Mediterranean is one of the least integrated regions, and we want to work as we work with the logic of improving regional integration in Latin America to do the same. We want to do the same with the regional integration in the Mediterranean. The Almasar program, we want the interventions to be with more than 2 countries so that there can be a more general approach. We presented the new Massar program. There was an old Massar program, and on March 20th, 2024, we presented it in the Arab House. President Montilla was there. Some of you were also there. And we did this to portray how Spanish cooperation can contribute to these 2 transitions that we're talking about today, the digital and the economic transitions, and how we can address those challenges. Our diagnosis, I'm sure many of you would agree, and we could give a lot more detail, but just 2 things. Internet access, the internet gaps, how they are getting bigger in this region. Internet access has an added gap, not just north-south, but also a gender gap inside the countries. In Morocco, 80% of men have access to internet, and only 56% of the women do. Therefore, when we work with any of these programs, we must also address the gender part of it and how online purchasing, e-commerce, the average in the EU is 65% of citizens do use e-commerce, but only 5% in Algeria are active in e-commerce, and how a lack of infrastructure for refugee movements, it's impossible for these countries to work the same way. Therefore, the Massar program is what we are now working on, is what we have been promoting from IEMed with this alliance, IEMed, and the Spanish Cooperation Agency, IECED. And we're also working from a EU standpoint with a Euro-Mediterranean focus. And what is Massar Alan really working to do? It's addressing 3 main topics. 1, employment and opportunity creation for women and young people as the groups. Well, women are not necessarily a group, but as a main target to work on employment and opportunity creation. Women and young people, developing companies, providing professional training, vocational training, those sorts of things. Number 2, ecological change, environment, and water. One of the flagship programs in the Zapatero period, and now reaches over 4.5 million people in Latin America, in the Caribbean, is the Water and Sanitation Cooperation Fund. We had already done work in Masarawa in the Mediterranean, but now this has become even stronger with the reform of this agency. The Water Fund, which was a regional Latin American program, is now regional Latin American, but also in on a sector-based approach and will work even better with a new alliance format. We have worked on some grants, and there are some 600 grants given to people, organizations, professional associations, companies, and so forth. We are leaders of this in Spain. We have a geographic situation that causes us to know a lot about water and sanitation. We have areas that are practically deserts. We have a lot of experts in Spain. Just by providing our technicians, our experts, people who are running these infrastructures, providing their expertise to our partner countries really multiplies the transformative capacity. And that's what cooperation is about. How can we work together with our different organizations to solve problems? And last, gender equality. Spanish cooperation is a feminist cooperation. Therefore, any activity that we carry out is done from this standpoint of a woman, gender, things in Masa Dalan program all carry our commitment to gender equality, empowering women, just like many Catalan organizations are doing, the provincial government of Barcelona, the local council of Barcelona, working to promote female elected officials. That is part of the DNA of Masa Dalan program. And we do this with stakeholders from the civil society and through alliances. We believe it must be this way. And I don't want to go on much further. I do want to conclude with a thought, and it is the following. It's about the moment that we are now living through in the Euro-Mediterranean region. We're very happy, and we've expressed this. President Montilla has mentioned this. The commissioner for the Mediterranean Affairs and the new European Commission that's good news, and we want to work with that commissioner for a new pact for the Mediterranean, making the most of all of the potential in the Mediterranean, which we all know very well. We've accentuated and we've communicated to the commissioner the key sectors to be worked on: training, trade, investment, clean energy, and security. Those are the priorities for us. And also our decided approach to promote debates around the next European budget discussions, that there be more resources for the Europe-Mediterranean region, that there also be an outlook from Europe to promote regional organizations. That is how this territory can be integrated. That is how the people who live there can progress. Therefore, this year, as we mark the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process, we must all recognize that Spain has been a driver of this process. Catalonia and Barcelona have been drivers of this process. And there's always been this drive when we've had socialist governments. That is the way it is. And the Barcelona process could not be understood without Ana Moratinos or Ana Tedron. Therefore, we must attribute value to our own assets and how we have been able to shape the agenda. Yesterday, I looked back with Uriol, and we talked about the relaunch, or the leading role that the Mediterranean has played in the EU. And we established some similarities. When the Berlin Wall fell, we began the Barcelona process. When the EU enlarged to the 10 countries to the east, the European Union for the Mediterranean was formed. Now we have the war in the Ukraine, and it's the same time as the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process. We have the Mediterranean Pact, which has been promoted by the European Commissioner for the Mediterranean, and the reform process of the UPM is also happening right now. Therefore, there are enough elements on the table for 2025 to be a year to drive forward the European Union and European Mediterranean region cooperation. The Spanish government will do everything in its power for this to be the case, and I'm sure that all of you will do the same. Thank you very much, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Bé, segons el programa, tenim una petita pausa cafè.
Now, according to the program, we have a coffee break before our next session, a roundtable discussion. So we will see you after the break. Thank you.
I fa els gols. I aquest. No,
Què, Roger?
què? Doncs aquí canviant aigua, saps?
Perquè aquí ho faig tot, faig el chico para
Fet de
todo.
tot, sí, jo soy el chico para todo. Sempre ho he estat, jo. Aquesta, això fora. No, nova ja l'he posat. I això fora també.
Sí, perquè m'ho han demanat per història. Sí. Però vull dir, fes-t'ho fàcil, que no et vull... Només perquè com que ets de confiança, dic... Comencem amb una intervenció o tu ja fas les preguntes? O les preguntes són per després? Una intervenció, no? Sí, de bosses d'aquestes. No, estan bé, són xules. Tinc un calaix també ple.
No, doncs això vol dir que no les fas servir.
No són gaire... Les vaig regalant.
Sí, això, però s'han de guardar.
Que sé, Luis.
Bé, molt bon dia i ben tornats després d'aquesta pausa. M'agradaria començar per...
Hello and welcome. Alright. I wanted to say thank you to Pao, but I say he's not back yet, but the director of the Foundation for giving us the possibility as the Institute, European Institute for the Mediterranean, to cooperate this way with the Rafael Campalans and the Friedrich-Ebert Foundations. It's always a pleasure. This is the third year in which we've been able to do so in a context hostile internationally, but very friendly in this room, and it makes us feel right at home. We are in our home, obviously, but with your presence here, we feel even more at home. Let's begin this roundtable discussion by first expressing our gratefulness for our exceptional speakers today at this exceptional time, which is being marked by a clear regression in the values that had sustained and advanced international justice, as our Secretary of State has already mentioned. The return to tribalistic, nationalistic, and the me first idea, that's the slogan of the new American administration. I would say me first and only me, are threatening decades of work in international cooperation. In fact, the effects of this neoliberal revolution of the 1980s of the last century were compensated by a significant and progressive increase in official development aid and cooperation policies. I believe that in 2020, 2021, with the pandemic, we reached a high point, but at this time, we are running the risk of, with the disconnection that is underway in the United States of the multilateral system globally and the global cooperation system, we are entering the opposite trend, the opposing swing of the pendulum. And if we add to the United States situation the militaristic currents on our continent and the threats to stability and growth in some of our countries that is keeping our countries from spending and indebting themselves more, we are running a true risk as Europeans, as countries of the OECD, of undergoing another significant regression in cooperation policy at the continental level. So we're very happy to see this clear commitment from our government in Madrid, in Catalonia, in Barcelona, all these government levels to continue working along this path and to attempt, to the extent possible, to compensate for all of this disruption. And in this complex and very conflictive moment, we must still address the double transition, the green and the digital transitions, an enormous challenge, as has already been said, not just for countries of the Mediterranean, the southern Mediterranean, but also all southern European countries and northern Mediterranean countries. When you look at the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, in some countries of the region, we realize that instead of advancing, in many cases, we are regressing. And it's also true, as our Secretary of State has said, it's necessary to include the social transition into this double transition. That is another fundamental element. I would take it a step further, and I would say there can be no double transition in this region, especially in the southern Mediterranean, without a social transition in this region. This means that some of these countries have levels of social protection that are very low. This is clearly visible in their social expense, the social expenditure in public policies that are not yet developed to the level that they should have been, a level of informal activity that's very high. In Lebanon, 60% of the population works on the informal sector of the economy. So when you have an employee in the informal sector, that employee cannot enjoy the social protection that comes from the welfare state. And also mobility challenges. I'm not referring so much to migratory flows, but mobility of workers to be able to achieve the green and digital transition. That is a key element. And the third aspect I'd like to point out is something else that we've already touched on, the inclusion of women in the economic system in general and in the job market in particular. And therefore, we must advance in this double or triple transition. We won't be able to if the entire population is not fully integrated into the process. So to discuss all these things and more, because it's a very wide-ranging set of topics, I said that we would listen to some very exceptional speakers, very complementary profiles among them. We have Jordi Quadras, journalist. He has studied communication sciences at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, president of the Catalan Fund for Development Cooperation. As you know, he covers some 300 local councils of Catalonia in that organization. Part of their budget is earmarked for development aid activity. Also president of the Spanish Confederation, the Confocos for Development. And this sounds like a full-time job, but he's also a councillor of the Igualada local council. And I was very surprised, some of us were very surprised to learn, as I saw some former councillors here. And those of you who have been councilmen or councilwomen, you know that when you are a councillor, you work for your city for the most part. But in addition to working heart and soul for his city, Igualada, he does all of these other development activities with that agenda that I mentioned at the international level. Aside from Jordi, we have Ana Tedron, very well known to all of you because she has a very long-spanning career, professionally speaking. She is now here as a senior researcher at the Migration Policy Institute, the MPI, the leading think tank in migratory issues. Ana Tedron, who studied political science and administration, has been a European MP for 11 years, Secretary of State for Migration and Immigration, the Spanish government, Secretary for European Affairs of the Autonomous Government of Catalonia, the Generalitat, and recently the director of the FIAC for the implementation of development expense.
Noah El-Mikawi. Noah El-Mikawi is the Dean of the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy in the American University in Cairo. The American University in Cairo is one of the most prestigious universities in the Arab world. She holds a PhD in comparative politics from the University of California, Los Angeles. She was for 10 years the director of the Ford Foundation for the MENA region. And previously she worked with UNDP in several positions in the regional office for the Arab states, also in Norway, where we found out that Norway has an office of the UNDP, and she has a very strong academic background where she has taught in several universities in the US, in Germany, and in Egypt. So, aquest és el nostre planter.
And so that is our lineup. And as we would like this session to be one that generates dialogue with the audience, let's get underway by giving the floor for 10 to 12 minutes to each of our panelists, and then we will have a second round with some questions and comments from the audience that you can answer. So, if you deem it appropriate, let's begin with Jordi Quadras. You may now take the floor.
Thank you very much, Roger, President Montilla, Secretary of State, President of IEMed, Director of the Campalans Foundation. Thanks for inviting us, the European. Some of the people arrived as well, and this is a pleasure to share this table with two big women, actually. I feel a bit small in between you two, Anna Terron and Noel Mikawi. Thank you very much. First of all, I'm going to give the voice of Catalan municipalities that do some cooperation policies. The Catalan cooperation funds includes more than 300 municipalities in Catalonia. Next year, we'll celebrate our 40th celebration. In these 40 years, we take action in 90 countries. We have an office in Barcelona, another one in Costa Rica for South America, and another one in Senegal for Africa, in order to look for counterparts in situ. I'm going to give you a perspective of cooperation from the municipalities in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Why do we think we need to do cooperation in the Euro-Mediterranean? I'm going to be a bit philosophical on what the Mediterranean Sea means to us. Romans already called it Mare Nostrum. This is our sea that gives us an exceptional world, which means having some neighbors who are not who are the southern side neighbors in the Mediterranean. We are united to them, and we do that through cooperation. All these people live in very different conditions compared to us, and they live just a few kilometers away across the sea, so they are very, very close to us. So without the Mediterranean, we would not be who we are. Our culture, of course, involves what the Mediterranean Sea gives to us: a climate, a diet, a specific diet, and history as traders of people who opens to the world. Now, tourism as well. Therefore, Mare Nostrum explains very well who we are and where do we come from. This sea gives us a lot of happiness, especially in the summertime. We go to the beach and we spend part of our holidays. But this same water, actually, in this water, yearly hundreds of people pass away, according to the last data of Caminando Fronteras, working more of 600 people into 2023 died in the Mediterranean Sea. Over 300 people, including the 3 migration routes from the north of Africa to the European coast. The Mediterranean Sea separates us from Africa as well and unites us to them as well, because the water that is in the north of Africa maybe next week is going to be in our coast. So we must understand cooperation in the Euro-Mediterranean region, especially from this point of sharing. Actually, sea already makes us share an area, and cooperation must reinforce this fact and make good use of all of our common links. In fact, we are much closer than we think. As for cooperation, this is the second side that we do as cooperation to development in Catalonia. And there are three parts: the work being done in the Mediterranean Sea. We help people who leave their countries of origin. So we do work with immigrants, which can be due to economic or financial immigration, looking for better conditions, and compulsory immigration. I mean, people who would stay in their country but are obliged to leave due to some wars or uncertainties. They look for refuge from Palestine, Israel, Lebanon. The cooperation action must guarantee this humanitarian right of helping all these people going away from wars. We work in the Canary border, in Ceuta, Melilla, in the east of Europe, the border of Lesbos, supporting legally to work with different NGOs, with lawyers, and we provide legal support to people crossing borders. These people might stay in this concentration, in these camps for weeks or months. They have no idea whatsoever about their rights, and we accompany them legally in order for them to know what are their rights, so that they can connect to this European bureaucracy. All that to prevent them from staying in camps or borders eternally. In order to support these people in difficulties, we have many projects. For example, for families looking for their relatives who crossed the sea on a boat, we have a cooperation program with an NGO in order to make some traceability of these people and look for them. We have some other projects in Senegal, for example, on mental health. One thing is arrived in Europe and have great difficulties, and another one is going through all this path all through Europe, and even worse for them is going back to their community without reaching their goals. And this involves very serious mental problems related to this frustration for them and for their communities. In fact, they are expelled from their community, and we work with the Samboy community in Senegal, and we support many young people or men who have been selected by their families to emigrate to Europe. A lot of them suffer this label from a young age. They said, okay, this one is going to be sent to Europe when he gets older, and if he does not achieve his goal, he's going to be expelled from his community. And of course, this involves lots of mental health problems, and we support them in Senegal, in our center in Senegal. So generally speaking, right, in terms of immigration is asile. The Mediterranean Sea has a lot of pressure due to the immigration coming from Africa. So we really must pay attention to the southern side of the Mediterranean. As for the double transition, green and digital transition, Africa has a lot of challenges in this respect. And it's the first one to know which are the consequences of climate change. Who knows, maybe in a few years we're going to suffer that as well in the south of Europe. As for green transition, we support with some adaptation problems with universities such as UPC. In Italy, we have a project in the Campalans river, which is becoming very saline due to drought, and then fishermen or rice growers cannot live of their activities. What they are going to do, of course, is to immigrate. Therefore, in order for them to prevent them to leave their areas, we are fighting the salinization of the Campalans river delta, which is getting all water of the river saline 100 kilometers upwards, and of course it's changing the lifestyle of people living there and working there. As for the digital transition, a few days ago, we received a delegation from Morocco. I see Mohamed from the Ivan Matuta Foundation. It was a project to talk about women in vulnerable conditions. We supported them so that they don't have to leave their countries. And the communities said that they were interested in working with Catalan municipalities in order to digitalize the administration in some countries in Africa. This is another one of the specificities of our work. I mean, this exchange of technical collaboration, technicians on equal rights, on waste, on treatment and water treatment. They just educate people in municipalities in Africa, as well as the Secretary of State said. We understand cooperation horizontally. We are all teachers and learners at the same time. And as for the third type of cooperation we do in the Mediterranean is the humanitarian cooperation. This region is highly affected by very serious disasters, such as the earthquake in Morocco in 2023, the Gaza war, or the earthquakes in Turkey, Syria, and Kurdistan. These are unexpected situations which are not included in our projects, but we open an emergency campaign, and in the humanitarian campaigns we open private funds through BISUM, for example, and we work with emergency projects for humanitarian support in the specific affected areas. We want to work in this Euro-Mediterranean region so that it's a priority for Catalan municipalities. Secretary of State said that solidarity in Catalonia focused on South America. Historically, not a lot of problems have been solved there, but of course we must focus now in the Euro-Mediterranean region, because if we don't do so, we are going to suffer serious consequences, especially in Spain. We see what the consequences of immigration and climate change are already. We think this has to change. We must become a priority to prioritize collaboration. And the UFM, Union for the Mediterranean, as well, The south of the Mediterranean suffers climate change, high levels of natality, and the high influence of Russia and China. And of course, these countries are not especially friends of Europe. And there are some wars, a lot of poverty, uncertainty, and of course, these are all conditions which foster migrations which are used by extreme right wings to destroy our democracy. Extreme right wing has found this weapon of immigration to undermine our democracies, everything we do in the Euro-Mediterranean regions. Will mean not degrading our democracy. The Mediterranean historically has undergone big changes. A lot of civilizations have evolved around the Mediterranean Sea. Our civilization is not going to be an exception, of course, so we must be very well aware of the fact that we are a moving society, that relationships are built gradually, of course. We are living a moment of transition, and we must strengthen our links and believe in cooperation in order to give more opportunities and reinforce Europe, Spain, and European democracies and democracies everywhere. Thank you.
Moltíssimes gràcies, Jordi, per haver explicat.
Thanks, Jordi, to have summarized your actions. I am persuaded of the fact that with this spirit of adding up some collaborations and the support of the different structures and body, we are going to align our activities and reinforcements, and we will reinforce our cooperation actions, in this case from municipalities. Congratulations for the great work you are doing. Anna, you have the floor. Thanks, Roger. Thanks to the IEMed Senate President to have included to us, and thanks to the Campalans Foundation to organize this forum, which is very important. President Montilla, Pau, etc., director of this foundation. Please allow me to tell you as well that the support given provided by the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation for me and for many people in this country has almost a personal component. They have done very relevant work, and thanks to them, we are where we are. And thanks so much, Eva, to have made things easier to us. If you allow me, so after listening to the Secretary of State speaking in Catalan and having the satisfaction of listening to the government of Spain speaking Catalan, which should happen more often, if you allow me, so I'm going to speak in Spanish because Noah understands it perfectly, and we give her some opportunities and a relief on this panel. I'll start by saying that talking about mobility in the Mediterranean is talking about everything. Absolutely everything, and of course I am going to be very concise and practical, and I'll have to leave lots of things aside. However, I like to make a little picture of what migration and mobility are and its features in this region. From a perspective 25 years back. First of all, we had transporting migration. This is what immigration is, cross-border migration. The sea has never been a separation. A cross-border migration, which has not been regulated until the 1980s in our countries. People went from Tanger to Algeciras just for a coffee, especially the other way back. I mean, people in the south went to the south of Spain, went to Tanger for lots of activities. And it was a regulated activity as labor migration, which had to do with the flow between the north of Africa and the European Union, and there Spain was a transit country. So Spain was a transition country from labor flows, and now besides this, it's a space of mobility due to geopolitical reasons, and a mobility space which is not only from the north of Africa to the European Union only, but it has been included in the most important route we have in the European route, which is from Africa to the north of Africa to the European Union. And we have to look at this as a transition route, and I'm going to leave the Middle East side to you. I'm going to talk about it, but I'm not going to get into detail in this part. There is a lovely book from Massimo Livi Bacci, who is a demographist, and I love his books. And he explains that the big impact on demography in the 20th century has been done by humans more than natural facts or reason. He finishes his book in the Gothic area. He said, he was a little note saying that I thought I'm going to leave this PhD site, but no, it's not the way it's been. And we have, and this human impact has been transferred to nature as well. And we cannot say that it's been due to natural disasters what we have anthropocentrically done. If we combine these two elements, geopolitical elements and human impact ones, we see that this region can go through very complicated situations. I am persuaded of the fact that the first movements are going to be geopolitical more than climate change movements. Here we have two core elements on Gaza and Palestine. On the one hand, in this world of perplexity, where we must think that this might mean an effect that can get beyond this area, because the decrease of support to UNRWA and to the rest of sustainable regions are going to have an important impact on these regions in need. And we are going to have if there is an important reconstruction problem in Gaza, the problem is not going to stay there. Its neighbors might have a reaction which leads to important movements of people. In that region, we have Syria as well, which should have a contrary situation, but we'll see. We'll see how things move on. And I think that this is going to be an important focus and area. And the second one is in the Sahel area. This is what we see in the Canary Islands now, and it's going to expand in the rest of the region. Mali, Burkina, Niger is another area. In Niger, the migratory hub of Gadeth has been destroyed due to the change in the government there. This is related to the Libyan route. And we have the Sahel, Atlantic Africa, and south of Spain and European Union route going through Canary Islands. This is a new road. I invite you to study this situation. Very young people of Mali, men, 21 years average. Wagner is working there, and geopolitics is having an important impact in human beings, and there is a lot of cruelty there. This is our present context. Africa, on the other side, to answer Roger's questions, Africa is the region in the world where I saw a very interesting MPI article, where the movement of people due to climate reasons is going to be the highest one, but this is not an inextricable fact. It's out there, but things can be done there. On the other hand, in the Mediterranean, something is going to make these two situations coincide. The Mediterranean region is the one which, from the environmental perspective, is deteriorating more quick. The wheat in the Mediterranean grows 20% quicker than the global average one. So we cannot waste any time, because time is highly important here. How can we combine these elements? Climate change, mobility, migration, digital transition. First of all, I think, and I go back to geopolitics, that what we must do in the short run is to create resilience and the ability to anticipate in relation to people mobility. I mean, we cannot repeat that. We cannot live again in situations such as a war and crisis in Syria, and 5 years later, when people just spread all over the region, in Europe, we said, oh my God, they are coming here now. Crisis. Well, what are you talking about? What crisis? People are being bumped. Of course, they don't like it. They are forced to leave. And if they leave and find terrible conditions and see that they are condemned to live in the ACNUR shelter, of course, there is going to be a second migratory flow. We cannot allow ourselves the same things happening with Sahel or Palestine. We must build resilience, and in this resilience, we are talking about a strong attitude against racism. Racism is not due to migrants. Racism lies within ourselves. Serena said it very well. This is our tribal racism. We are all very well prepared to defend our brother, our neighbor, but culture has led us to believe in humanity as a whole, as one. In Germany, a vote to extreme right wing is the opposite to the highest presence of immigration. So please, let's not us get trapped into these beliefs.
And less so here, where migration from Northern Africa, Moroccan immigration, is the majority. That schematic of there's a problem with this kind of immigration, please let us leave behind that mental framework. Let's be introspective and let's be resilient and introduce the idea of fully rejecting racism, in addition to having the right capacities and infrastructures to handle immigration. How to do it? How to build resilience? We build resilience, and we don't think that things are necessarily inevitable. The environmental and digital transitions are possibilities to form alliances with migrants. Going back to the Global Pact for Immigration, has to do with the SDGs. People often just read the headlines. Migration has to be regulated, but within that there are 23 goals, among them dignified work, which are very valid for the governance of migrations. But it portrays immigrants as an agent of development, as an actor. So let us stop looking at migrants as victims of the lack of development and change our focus and look at migrants as factors of development. That's why it's so necessary to intervene in climate change, changing our economy, and so necessary for part of the digital revolution be geared to building capacities to address climate change and living conditions, and be able to establish a very interesting connection between all of those factors. To do so, we must mobilize talent. Talent is distributed evenly around the world in all societies, families, and so forth. Some have more opportunities to study and develop their talent than others, but talent in general is evenly distributed. We must think of the mobility of talent, and we must think of the mobilization of this talent, and we must think of plans and schemes in this way. We must work, investment. EVA, Team Europe, is now a minority as it faces the global gateway and public-private partnerships in Europe for investment. I think that these investments could, for the first time, take into account migration in their planning and attempt to join all of these elements together by making the value chain that we want to create between the EU and Africa, and there I also include Northern Africa, that it integrate human mobility and migration, because that is the only way forward. And that investment must also take into account the environment, digitization, mobility, and must make it possible to do away with the verification, the confirmation of the fact that we've been able to build these value chains and to share them. And once again, dignified employment is one of the fundamental goals in this regard. Let me conclude with two things. To do all these things, there are two things on the table: the European Pact for Migration and the Pact for the Mediterranean. They're going to start at the same time. We have 2 years to implement the Pact for Migration, the implementation phase, because it's already been approved. There are plans that regulation will be able to match with other things like development. And the Pact for the Mediterranean will be very much focused on migration. We have to link these together and see how they can be connected in terms of development of coherent policy. And one final thought. To make all of this possible, the ecosystem that now exists in Barcelona is a very good one. It is extraordinarily interesting at the institutional level, as Eva mentioned, and the population level of involvement of local councils in that sort of regional Euro-Mediterranean cooperation in terms of talent. We have scientific facilities, we have PRIMA, we have the UPM in Barcelona, the Union for the Mediterranean, and I believe that we must make a greater effort to consolidate and feed this system. I am sure this will be done with a major integration of social stakeholders, business owners, trade unions, as this is such an essential part of this whole process. If not, the entire thing will be of much worse quality. And I think it is worthwhile to attempt all these things in the name of our objectives. Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for your clarity and your very sententious words.
11 años o así, yo estaba...
I used to insist a lot on regional integration, the LECA at this time. We still had the hope that the European Union would agree with Morocco and Tunisia on the LECAs, but what regional integration can there be if people can't move? We must create partnerships for mobility. That is fundamental, because if not, if you don't give the opportunity to the people to move, not just to come and settle somewhere, but for a professional in Tunisia to be able to go and sell their goods and services to Spain or France. If not, there's really nothing else we can do. We cannot integrate, we can't advance. So this is where we are with all of these conceptual challenges that you have mentioned, which impede the creation of these mobility partnerships, but we are still convinced that it must be done. Noah.
We have to thank you so much for coming from Cairo, from Egypt, and now we're ready to listen to you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mi español es muy malo, por eso voy a seguir en inglés. I come here with a lot of thanks that I owe to the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation for their excellent support to dialogue and to getting minds and hearts closer to each other, something we all very much need. I am also extremely thankful for the European Institute of the Mediterranean and to the Ralph Campalan Foundation for their excellent commitment to this region. I was so inspired this morning, even humbled by the presentations on the first panel. And I have to admit, I have listened to many ministers of international cooperation and foreign policy around the world. Eva Granados, you excel in being home in that job. I can feel it, you're home in that job. Thank you for taking it on, and good luck with everything you do. Before coming here, all of my friends were extremely jealous because they knew I'm coming to Barcelona, and they said, this is the hub of great football. So I come with a lot of jealousy behind me in Egypt. But I also come with some thoughts that I'd like to share with you on a higher level. I couldn't possibly have given you a plaidoyer and advocate for the issues of integration and mobility and migration better than my colleagues on this panel have already done. I'll take you one notch higher to tell you that, yes, we need to starting 2025, take the partnership in our region seriously. But we have a very big challenge because both sides of the Mediterranean are ailing, are really ailing as we speak. These are not strong partners. These are partners with incredible, intimate domestic challenges of their own. So it's not going to be an easy marriage moving forward. There are two things about Europe right now that concern me as a political scientist and as an educator in a university that prides itself in being a house for liberal thought and critical thinking and exchange of ideas freely and respectfully. The first thing that concerns me about Europe is, as we heard this morning, Europe has to grow up and learn to live without big sister America. That's big for Europe, for two reasons. One is Europe has to spend more on military expenditure than it has ever done in the past, which means two things for me as a Mediterranean from the south. Number one, it means Europe cannot continue to balance its budget anymore. Something has to let go. Europe cannot spend on its social welfare as it used to do before. And that raises up a big flag for me in the southern Mediterranean because it means Europe could, hopefully not, but could start to experience fractures in its social cohesion objective. And when social cohesion fractures inside Europe because you're not spending enough on it, you find the enemy somewhere else, and that becomes migrants. The other thing is, when you spend less on your social welfare, we lose the model that we looked up to for the last 70 years. So we have to invent it for ourselves. And number three, you will spend less money on us, which is okay. I have always been one of those who said we've got to depend on ourselves. We are a rich region that is underdeveloped. But there is something else about Europe that concerns me. Europe's social democracy, for me, has been an important stakeholder in Europe's prosperity and peace for 70 years and more. Europe's social democracy needs to come up with the realistic vision of how to stand up to the far right and how to regain the space for policies on the social welfare state. And if it doesn't do that, Europe is losing moral authority in the world. Again, we look to social democrats from Europe as a model. Between capitalism, ferocious as it can be, and it is, and between state capitalism in Asia, which can also be ferocious in its own way. We looked at social democracy in Europe as the right middle ground. We miss it. I think you will learn to miss it too. So I believe these are things that concern me about Europe as we move forward into this integrated, peaceful coexistence moving forward. Now let me move to my own side. We also have things that worry me in our region. And let's start with the invasion of Iraq. I'm not going to go into it in detail, don't worry. But that was a moment for Arabs to realize that the world can see a country invade another country based on a lie, and no one said much about it. I'm not going to tell you, you probably all know the destruction that happened in Iraq as a result of an invasion that failed to create a better state. I'm only going to tell you that that moment never left us as a moment where the world community failed to stand up to an invasion based on a lie. Fast forward to what's happening since a year and a half in the region, and it's not only what happened in Gaza, it's not only what's happening in the West Bank as we speak. I will add to that an invasion in Lebanon that we are not talking much about, an invasion in Syria that we are not talking much about. The Israeli army has increased its control over land in those two countries today. And the destabilization of Jordan and Egypt, the two countries with the long-standing peace agreements with Israel. With a president in the United States who's just in a very casual way destabilizing the two most important neighbors of Israel when he says, just take the Palestinians, I want a golf course in Gaza. This leaves the Arab world with a deep sense of betrayal, starting from the Iraq invasion until today. The reason why I'm happy to be in this country is not just because, and this particular city, it's a great hub of football, but because this country has moral foreign policy, gendered foreign policy and moral foreign policy. And believe me when I say it, I do not mean that Spain is acting morally on the foreign policy level because it supported the ICC and supports the ICJ and the Palestinians. On the face of it, that's great. But you're standing up for something even more valuable than that, which is multilateralism and the rule of law. That is what you're standing up for. I feel very good to be here because of that. And because of that scar that I carry inside me as an Arab against everything that happened since the American invasion of Iraq. So thank you for being who you are. I know it's difficult. I know it causes Spain a lot of tension inside the European Union, but you are on the right side of history. So back to my concerns about my own region. The first concern is that scar inside us about how the world has failed us since the American invasion of Iraq. And how now Israel is doing something that no one is noticing. Please take notice. Not only have they invaded territory in Lebanon and Syria, they are injecting more and more sectarian thinking in the minds of the Lebanese and the Syrian Druze in Syria. You know what that means? It means that the nation state that we fought so hard to institutionalize with problems, oppressive and disrespectful of minority rights. Granted, I take that as a serious point for us to work on, to improve on in the future. But this nation state that we tried to work hard on for 70 years is being now transformed under the name of the new Middle East into sectarian tribal politics. That shouldn't give any one of us patience or tolerance. Then comes the big socio-economic concern about my region, because I cannot agree enough with Her Excellency Eva Granados that the transition is not only green and digital, but also socio-economic. Our region is saddled with the highest levels of debt in the world. Debt that keeps increasing because the stock of our loans keeps going up, not only services to the debt, but the stock itself keeps going up. In other words, we are in a real difficult situation for generations to come. And with the debt concern that I have comes a very, very high bill of reconstruction cost, particularly in Gaza, but also in Syria, let alone Yemen and Sudan and Libya. These are two very important socioeconomic aspects in our region, the debt and the reconstruction cost. What is happening through the debt? Not only are governments unable to pay it, Egypt almost defaults internationally every 6 months. And then somebody comes and rescues Egypt because it's too big to fail. Keeps defaulting again and again and again, right? Leave that side of the equation. I come to you with the other side of the equation, which is people's everyday life in countries saddled with high debt and high inflation. People have started to cut costs on food, health, and education. This is not resilience. This is shooting ourselves in the foot. Then comes the issue of climate. My colleagues mentioned very eloquently what all that means for our region. Temperatures that are affecting agricultural land, that are affecting fisheries, that are affecting cities. We are the most urbanized region in the world, very, very many big mega cities, and we are not yet living in smart, climate, environmentally sustainable cities. So this is also going to cause displacement as we move forward, big displacements of people. And the integration that we are hoping will happen between the European North and the Mediterranean North and the Mediterranean South on energy issues needs to take into account the fact that, on one hand side, Europe still needs the fossil fuel that we have, but let's hope we will balance that need of you on your side with renewables that we have plenty of, and you need to help us invest in expanding our renewables in the region. But as you do that, invest in our renewables as well as in our gas and oil, I would beg you to try to balance one thing in your minds and in the minds of the rulers of Europe. I beg you to balance the need for energy with your definition of stability in our region. Stability in our region cannot mean for us oppression. I know it's not easy. What does that mean then? What am I offering you then in return? I am saying, as you invest in a good energy relationship with us, whether it's fossil fuels or renewables, push a little bit harder on good governance with your southern neighbors. And don't just take stability as your best bet, because that stability means more oppression, more bad governance, and that comes back to haunt you. Finally, the young Arabs are extremely entrepreneurial, extremely constructive and positive. I don't know where they get their positivism from, but climate activists should be part and parcel of any of your projects related to environmental sustainability. They have truly good ideas. Social entrepreneurs in our region working on greening economies or digital commerce and the rest of it are extremely intelligent young people who are not interested in depending on anyone. They are really coming up with fantastic financial models. I would say finally, and I'll close, and sorry for being long-winded, if the United States is giving up on its social soft power and cultural soft power in the name of America first and security and the rest of it, I hope Europe understands that it cannot give up on its soft power. This is where liberal democratic values started. and it shouldn't end here. Your soft power is a great asset that you need to continue to invest in, and the southern Mediterranean is really looking forward to that sort of Europe, modeled for equity, social justice, cohesion. If you stretch your hand not only to oppressive rulers in the name of stability, but also to the young Arabs who are really keen on a better future for themselves and for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Noah, for a very inspirational, very touchy speech. You've been, and you are still, a lighthouse in the Arab world for progressive policies. And you actually mentioned that you are very happy to be here in this city, in this region, in this country, because indeed it's a progressive one, but this is a silo. We are in a silo within Europe, and we have to work hard to preserve this silo, and to a certain extent to try to revert the trends, the existing and ongoing trends in Europe. But this is a silo, and yeah, we are happy that this is a silo, but it's only a silo at the moment. Okay. Well, I had in mind to ask you some questions, but I think it's more interesting if I give the floor to you, if we have some exchange of views, if we have some open debate. So if you allow me, what I will do is I will give the floor to the audience for questions, comments, statements. Sisplau, podeu fer en la llengua que ja veieu que aquí...
You can ask in any language, Spanish, Catalan, or English.
Doncs l'Anna. Vinga, Anna.
En catalán podemos, ¿no? Sí? Vale, perfecte.
Em sembla que has d'agafar el micròfon perquè si no la traducció no funciona.
Soc del medi i exactament és un pam de la boca per poder sentir bé.
I'm sorry, but we don't get... No, okay. Thanks to the EuroMed for its initiative. And I always say, without Mediterranean, there's no Europe, you know. The Mediterranean is the core of Europe. Because it has more than 2,000 of Europe. It means permanent changes of different countries, different conquests and reconquests, and it has a very powerful culture, no matter whether we like it or not. This is one thing I wanted to say. Secondly, I think that actual radicalization is due to Mr. Steve Bannon, who was Trump's advisor in his first mandate, and he continues to work with his thesis is it. Okay, let's disorganize the world quickly because people are not going to be able to react in time. And when they start thinking what to answer, we're going to give them the second attack, the third attack against this speed. It's very difficult to fight because we have a different culture, you know, and we don't want to be indoctrinated. We want to think, we are as philosophers, etc., etc. We like to think the things deeper. So this is the creation of this concentrated chaos to destabilize political situation. This is the essence of what is happening. Let's say that we said Mr. Trump is an idiot. We said that. He's going to become a Prize Nobel within 24 months. Somebody's working on that. And some of them are the Jewish of Tel Aviv who are familiar to the person kidnapped by Hamas. So these are those who say, Netanyahu, don't say that. Please allow us to give him the prize Nobel. We're going to live terrible things. Obviously, we have a lot of problems at home because we love to discuss a lot and we like to go down to things. So we have intensive problem with radicalization in Europe. I was in Finland recently, and well, there is a problem. What about Germany? Well, Friedrich Herbert's, let's hope him not be included into anything. He said, okay, government should be created with somebody else except with Mrs. Victoria. In fact, two things are being discussed about. One, Russia does not want to leave the Mediterranean area. There are two bases here, Tartus and Landakia. So Tartus, marine port, the other one, plains. Russia wants to be in the Mediterranean to have the perspectives it's interested in looking at the Middle East, because this is going to be a long story. Actually, it started in the 1948 and we are still there. This is one of the reasons why Russia wants to be here. Secondly, Syria. Syria is going to be distributed. It's being distributed already. Russia is going to stay with two bases, but Turkey has moved farther in the north. Courts just stopped. They said that, okay, it doesn't work for them. And there are going to be three areas which borders is going to be reinforced, you see. Assad has been installed in Moscow, you know, so he was the governor there. And the army stopped because they didn't want to fight him. Well, he had done a very brutal policy for 30 years. I'm not very optimistic, you know, but I do believe in synergies. In Europe, we don't lack of money for cooperation. We've got a lot of money, but we need to be more efficient and important projects, not little things scattered all over the place. We must look for 3 or 4 very powerful things which consolidate ourselves as an important country, which we are, as an important continent, and this can be done by buying a part of the GDP to the Americans. Yeah, okay, by buying weapons to the Americans, but we don't need it. We just shot it the Cold War once. Actually, they didn't work anymore. You must remember that the tanks that went to Iraq had heating. Yeah, of course, because they were for the Central Europe. Well, how interesting, a tank with heating in Iraq and Afghanistan. Oh, well, very interesting. And these things happen as well. But I think that we lack of political ideas, of synergies, of projects, in fact. Everything else comes afterwards. And with less money, we are more efficient, because with more money, we discuss stupidities and forever to go to anywhere. But of course, I am a Catalan woman, and I am very mean, and I get ill if I lose 10 cents. But I am an entrepreneur as well. And this is the way to understand the others, that things have some value, you know. And we must learn right from the beginning that nothing is given for free. As the rector of the Autonomous University said, to be big means that an idiot is paying for you. Thanks, Anna, president of the Olof Palme Foundation. Hi. Nicolas Cortes from the Civic Council of Hospitalet. After Anna, I don't know whether there is something else to say. I would like to congratulate you, because it's the first cooperation forum where we don't finish crying. Actually, it's the first forum where I see some encouragement in front of our perspectives. Looking at, hearing your presentations about, I heard about social coherence, democracy. I think that this must be aligned with cooperation. Germans talk about it as the flow of time more. But the situation is complicated. Both economic and political situation is complicated for democracy and for the Western world as well. But we have some homework to do, and one of ours is not to be dispersed. So we've done lots of things, applied lots of models, work in many areas. I think we have to focus on some territorial areas and in some models which have to be mature and focused on development. The SDGs are more than enough, and we cannot do more in terms of cooperation, and we cannot work everywhere. One more thing to say, especially we must get coordinated, right? Our law is great. Chapter 4 of the new war gives us some weight to municipalities, I mean, to universities as well, to trade unions as well. We have to add up and work together. Otherwise, we're going to end up by just working up in very small projects. And in our very dangerous world, we must be efficient. You know.
¿Alguien? ¿Algú? Mohamed Chaib, president de la Fundació Ibn Battuta.
Mohamed Chaib, president of the Ibn Battuta Foundation. Thank you, Roger. Well, thanks to all people who have taken part in this seminar today, which is highly important. For a long time, I don't know why, maybe due to the present situation, the seminars were not organized anymore. And I think that we need spaces for discussion, for thinking. Some congratulations to IEMed, to the Secretary of State, to President Montilla, Fondation Foundation, Pau Salanillas, for this extremely important seminar. I'm not going to refer to Trump and to the United States because honestly, it's very sad to see how things are going on. And to see how this gentleman is thinking about the Middle East. If he thinks he's going to organize a peace like this, well, we'll see. A long time ago, we heard that democracy would come with thanks to the Muslim world. But we saw what happens in Syria, Libya, etc. There is only anarchy there, not peace whatsoever. And we don't dare to say that the real problem in the world are the United States. Why don't we dare to say so when this is reality? When United States wanted Bashar al-Assad to disappear from the government, it happened. When United States wanted the Ukraine war to finish, this is simply going to happen, and this is the way it is. And this is the problem we know, and we have been living this way for many years already. And what's going on now? That this person is much more radical than the previous presidents. And I am not saying that I am against the United States. Not at all, of course. I mean, we tried to have the best possible relationships with the United States, but it's very complicated when you think that the only solution for Gaza is the video we saw yesterday. I mean, this is not possible. Come on. I mean, this is a piece of craziness. If this is the end of the story, apart from the lack of respect towards the Muslim world, I mean, there is not much to say about it. The only thing I'm asking for is that Europe, please, which has been and is an example for defending democracy values, should continue working this way. Europe should not say, okay, more weapons, more defense, etc., just following some other people's models. No, this is simply not the right path. And I don't want to insist on this side because there are more interesting things to work about. And I think same as the President Montilla, we must be optimistic no matter what happens. Talking about cooperation, apart from solidarity, which has to exist, of course, because this is the first pillar of cooperation, I understand cooperation as parallel democracy. And this is what we did with the municipalities and with the cooperation fund, because it leads to political, better political relationships. Of course, that some things must be solved. As Roger said, to facilitate visas, etc. Well, this is what I meant. And finally, talking about business and cooperation, not only from training, the training perspective, but companies could take part in financing cooperation. Last week I was in Rabat with some Spanish companies that wanted to study the infrastructure projects for the World 2000 Cup 2020. One of the instruments is the IEMed. We could talk about cooperation as well. And finally, collaboration of diaspora in the social collaboration of countries of origin. This is an incredible good program which has not been worked about, and this could be a very powerful instrument. Not only living that countries of origin had contact with diaspora, thinking that the Ministry of Industry can solve problems on its own, but the same diaspora should accompany in Catalan in European institutions.
And one final remark or question?
Maria Hoffmann, I'm German, living for 8 years here, and I would like to speak in English because I want to refer to a point of Noha. I'm militant in the Social Party of Catalonia. I want to refer to the point that the brilliant young Arabs should be more appreciated in the European countries. I think there is, at the ground, in the first place, there is a big cultural problem that the young, brilliant Arabs come out of aristocratic, high social families, and they like to be bought by money from the Western countries. So I was working as a teacher in the West Bank during the first Gulf War, Gulf crisis. And since then, I'm following very close the politics of this region. And this is the same thing. When I was living there 35 years ago, many young, brilliant people were still there getting education to be able to study in Germany and other Europe countries. The region was bleeding out. They all went to Western countries. And I think this is the big problem, that the countries in the region, they don't support them enough. It's not only us. In Germany, a lot of Arab doctors are well accepted because they have a high quality of their profession. But I think the reason comes from the cultural differences in these countries too. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. So now, as a way to wrap it up and close the session, I'd like to ask back the floor to the three panelists. So please, but be concise and brief so that we can stick to the program. Thank you. So should we podem començar amb el
let's begin with Jordi and take it from there. Thank you, Roger. And just a few final points, perhaps out of order, but first, what we must know is that in Europe, we're not alone when it comes to comparing ourselves to these countries. A while ago in Madrid, I was at a meeting preparing the Sevilla Forum talking about tax law. There was a debate on what requirements we would apply to the countries where we went to carry out cooperation, where we were going to invest money. And I realized that we weren't alone. The rules that we impose or the criteria that we follow when we go to another country are not the only ones. There are many other countries that have other criteria, other rules, and they're also very powerful, sometimes more so than us. Therefore, we should be aware that we are not the sole owners of the truth, or we don't have all the truth that we think we have. We're not alone in Europe when we go to cooperate in other countries. There is an opportunity to fill the void being left by the United States. There's a lot of money in the Luxembourg agency. They have too much money. They don't know what to do with all the money they have. The French agency also has a lot of money. And so all this financing from Europe can be sent to that void being left by the United States, because if not, someone else will. In politics, there are no empty spaces. When there's an empty space left, someone else occupies it. And here we must make progress. And we must also be aware of the need to not frustrate these countries from Europe and a lot of these communities, the frustration that they feel when they come here. They're pursuing the European dream and it's not coming true. We're not, let's also be careful when we go to work in their countries with them to not cause frustration. Cooperation is a way to form friendship with the other shore of the Mediterranean, yes. But let me also point to other bonds, such as the World Cup of Football, trade missions, purchasing energy, or this idea of including an Arab country such as or Turkey into the EU. That would give another dimension to the Euro-Mediterranean region. The economy is a great way to make friendships, and now I'm concerned as we hear so much about tariffs. If we lose those bonds between the great powers of the world, that is the anteroom to a disaster. There is peace in Europe because there were economic interests in such a way that it was better to have peace than war. So let's make sure that while there are economic interests on all sides, there's a certain stability and a certain peace. And right now that is under threat. It is being broken. As Anna said, we need routes that are free and safe to reach Europe. And this is being discussed in each European country, but also needs to be at the European level and each of the origin countries. We need to go further. The money lost when we pay for armies, pay for border police, pay for the mafias that are not traceable, we don't know where that money goes. If all that money was being invested in forming legal, safe, ordered routes like President Sanchez has begun to do on his trip to Senegal, Mauritania, in those countries of that region, the peace of mind that we would have and the people who want to find a better future would be much greater. And also involvement of the local communities of diaspora that live here. This is an opportunity to include them in the cooperative projects to guarantee peaceful coexistence, promote empathy, get to know each other better, and their local integration of all of these communities that live in our municipalities. And the message coming from the UK is terrible. To take money away from cooperation to spend it on defense cooperation is part of the foreign policy of any country. It's part of the foreign policy. Foreign policy can help you prevent armed conflict, wars. So this message from the UK is very damaging to cooperation. It's not incompatible to invest in defense and invest in cooperation. It's another way of carrying out international diplomacy. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now,
points which I think are extremely important and interesting. One is the idea of how can Europe push for better governance. And I'm not going to be very diplomatic right now, because I think that that put on the table two questions that are extremely present since the 90s, and that we know now that are absolutely critical, which is how to deal with authoritarian regimes in the frame of cooperation, how to avoid purely transactional agreements, and migration. I have no time to elaborate on that, but this is one of the main transactional points we are suffering for. And how to get out of the very short-term idea that stability goes first, and then it doesn't matter what kind of partner we have, if this partner can assure stability. The problem with that is that it's not true. I mean, there is not a difference between interests and values. We have these values because we think that through these values we can better organize societies and relations between them in the world. And that's a very interesting point. Second point, Trump is not new. Trump is not new. And we have been witnessing what he did in his first mandate. And do not forget the kind of alliances he tried to build within the Mediterranean. Do not forget the governments he pushed to recognize Israel and have relations with Netanyahu and the alliance, Saudi Arabia, Morocco. I think from this part of the world, this is something we have to bear in mind, and try to go forward to linking these two issues, authoritarianism, stability, better governance, and Trump's interest and lack of values, and lack of values as a chaotic force behind. Last point. Let me switch to Spanish. Movilidad de talento.
Talking about talent mobility is something that we can work on from here. We can launch this from here. And it does have to do with what you mentioned the other day in the ALEC. Those, just a small aside, we were negotiating the agreements within the Barcelona process. And the attorneys from Tunisia said, we've had to welcome the big European consultancies, the consulting firms. They're treating us like slaves because we work as attorneys, like for McKinsey or KPMG, hire us knowing that only they have the passport that enables them to go to the case that a Tunisian company has, again, a suit that they have against a French company. Does mobility matter? Of course it matters. So we have to go from this model to one of sharing talent, of moving it, of raising it, and what we can do. It's been great to be at this event, to come to Barcelona after working outside Barcelona for so long, enabling me to be at these events where I can bring all the elements of my life together in different circles. And there's a lot of talent here. Seeing Nurio Bedos and Uriel Barba and Gloria over there in that corner, that reminds me of the work and with Sanan, and so many others, so many I can't mention. You can't do this because someone always gets offended, but you're all included. The fact that you're all here, back here, through the Secretary of State for Cooperation, and today people here still working on the Mediterranean from the government of Catalonia, it does give me faith that we can move forward in this area. Thank you.
For you. Oh my goodness. Yes. Let me very quickly just say something. Trump is not the problem. Trump is the symptom. And he is the symptom of something that started already happening since maybe 2008. A constant progression towards concentration of wealth, high inequality, rampant, vicious, vindictive capitalism. So he is a symptom of that. That's why I am so keen on Europe regaining its role as the lighthouse of progressive liberal democratic thought. Otherwise, we'll continue to have Trumps everywhere in different versions. So the winter will be cold and long. Ask us. We know about short springs. To your point, there was a point, very well taken point, on the young Arabs who I consider brilliant, entrepreneurial, and you reminded me, is this a general statement or only a very small group of elite young Arabs? My response to that is two things. What I meant by my reference to them was, please try to consult in all of your European programs with the Southern Mediterranean. Consult widely, including with existing networks of Arab civil society organizations that do not want your money anymore because they know your money is very volatile. They are very much now, and in my university, I'm part of those conversations. They are now very much into financial planning and financial sustainability because they've realized dependency is bad for them. So it's not about money. It's reaching out to them to better understand how do you design investment programs with Arab economies that are job creating and not job repelling, particularly in renewables and in the energy sector. This is not a sector that creates jobs. It's very capital intensive. But if we look at particular programs for mitigation and adaptation, we should include job maintenance and job creation as a key element. They are the people you can talk to, those associations and networks of young Arab social enterprises, young Arab climate activists. They will tell you what is needed on the ground. So in that sense, I meant that. But again, I agree with you that we have an issue with the elitism within our young generations. And for that, I'll give you an example of one thing we do, and it's only one example, and I'll be very short. We conduct a fellowship program at the American University in Cairo, funded by one courageous Arab philanthropist. And this fellowship says we will bring the brilliant graduates of Egyptian universities to get a master's in public policy and public administration at our university, which is an expensive university, but with the support of that philanthropist. As they are getting the master's, they are learning a lot more about how to celebrate diversity, how to manage diversity, how to be in the community and not only in your office as policy maker. And we send them out hoping that they will be the better leaders of the future. It's a fellowship program that really builds character, and all of our graduates are coming from Egyptian universities, hence their economic background is very different from the youth you know, who speak different languages and spend the summer in Europe. They come from a very different place. No. This is the cohort number 14. We've been doing that for 14 years. These are people who stay because we also are attentive to their commitment. So you're right, but there are ways by which you can design programs that identify talent, nurture it, and keep it, because it has the commitment to stay. And finally, on the issue of how do we deal with authority.
I sobre el tema de com tractar amb els autoritaristes, diria, Anna, que si t'apropes a ells trencant els valors democràtics, no hi ha no tens gran cosa a fer, sinó que el que has de fer és aplanar el terreny i dir tenim problemes i vosaltres també en teniu. Doncs vinga, parlem de com podem resoldre alguns problemes comuns i d'altres diferents, però tots estem al mateix vaixell amb la democràcia progressiva que en aquests moments té un problema. Si aplaneu el camí, us prestaran més atenció, i t'ho garanteixo.
Afirmacions, crec que podem concloure aquesta taula rodona, no sense abans agrair molt especialment les intervencions de l'Anna, del Jordi i de la Noha. Torno a agrair especialment aquells que han vingut més enllà de l'àrea metropolitana o de Catalunya, la Noha, evidentment a la secretària d'Estat, als companys, amics, cosins de Casa Mediterráneo, l'Andrés Perelló, que també ens acompanya, i la Paqui. I amb això crec que ara sí, amb 15 minuts de retard i sota l'atenta mirada del director de la Fundació, crec que podem caminar cap a la cloenda formal amb la participació del secretari d'Afers Europeus, Multilaterals i de Cooperació al Desenvolupament de la Generalitat de Catalunya, l'Agustí, i amb el director de la Fundació, en Pau Campalans. Moltes gràcies.
Moltes gràcies a totes i a tots. Anirem ràpidament cap a aquesta cloenda i, si em permeteu, perquè em coneixeu, jo sóc un activista mediterrani i no em puc estar de dir algunes coses. En primer lloc, agrair a tots els que han participat i permeteu-me particularment a la nostra secretària d'Estat, Eva Granados, perquè és part de la família de la Fundació. T'estimem i et volem més a Catalunya. Et volem més a Catalunya i et necessitem més a Catalunya. Sabem que voltes molt pel món, però ens agrada tenir-te i avui ha estat un plaer. I voldria dir 3 coses. La primera és una reivindicació de la Fundació, la segona és una idea de cara al futur, perquè som un think tank d'idees, i la tercera és una demanda, una provocació al secretari d'Agustí Fernández de Losada, que té un títol ara, que és secretari d'Afers Europeus, Multilaterals i Cooperació al Desenvolupament. Per nosaltres, el secretari Agustí Fernández de Losada, una persona amb un llarg recorregut també de treball internacional i mediterrani. També un activista mediterrani, si ho puc dir així. La primera, permeteu-me que és una reivindicació de la Fundació Rafael Campalans, perquè malgrat jo soc molt jove i el Senent també, fa 19 anys, fa 20 anys vam crear el programa mediterrani de la Fundació Campalans. I fa 19 anys, el 2006, vam participar amb el segon Congrés Mundial dels Estudis del Mig Orient a Amman, que hi havia el Senent Florença, hi havia la Paqui Santonja i un servidor, i a la Fundació Campalans va organitzar amb el CIDOB, i en participava la Diputació, vam fer un seminari i vam publicar un llibret que es deia Democratic Governance and Political Dialogue in the Mediterranean. Fa 19 anys nosaltres ja reivindicàvem la governança democràtica i la política a la Mediterrània com una eina fonamental. I avui estem 15 edicions després del Fòrum EuroMed parlant de la Mediterrània i, com m'ha dit algú abans, em sembla que l'amic Chaib, a vegades amb més èxit, a vegades amb menys públic, però la consistència, la militància, l'activisme de la Fundació Campalans cap a la Mediterrània és impertorbable, independentment de com estigui la regió. I això ho dic, secretari, que no és la teva responsabilitat, però que la Fundació Campalans ho ha fet això sense cap ajuda mai de la Generalitat de Catalunya, fins al dia d'avui. Mai. L'únic recolzament que tenim és de la Secretaria d'Estat de Cooperació del Ministeri d'Afers Exteriors. Perquè alguns a Catalunya, i permeteu-me, han estat dedicats a altres coses, a parlar del nosaltres del país petit sense pensar en el nosaltres del país gran, que és la comunitat, que és la Mediterrània i que és el món. Per tant, una reivindicació del paper de la Fundació, dels que m'han precedit, de l'Esther Niubó, que va ser la directora, dels presidents, dels directors i del president Montilla, que hem estat els darrers 20 anys sempre parlant de Mediterrània amb suport o sense suport de la Generalitat de Catalunya, perquè el diàleg polític a la Mediterrània, com fa la Fundació Ebert, és imprescindible. La segona té a veure amb el terreny de les idees. I per ser curt, i jo crec que és per la propera edició, i que ja us anunciem que a més tindrem, sembla ser, una mica més de recursos, ja estem pensant en alguna maldat per fer més coses, podem pensar avui dia a la cooperació a la Mediterrània sense incorporar, com l'Anna Terron ho ha posat damunt la taula, la mirada africana? És possible parlar de nosaltres a la Mediterrània sense parlar d'Àfrica? Sembla que no. És possible parlar d'Europa i els Estats Units sense incorporar la mirada del rol de Rússia i de Xina a la regió mediterrània i a Àfrica? Sembla difícil. Això té cada vegada més complexitat. Amb la Gemma Varell també hem intentat obrir en altres àmbits aquesta reflexió i em sembla que hauríem de ser capaços d'ampliar aquesta mirada. Les institucions potser ho tenen una mica més difícil, però des de la societat civil hauríem potser d'atrevir-nos a obrir el ventall, a pensar fora de la caixa, a posar noves idees, noves possibilitats damunt la taula. I la tercera és una petició, secretari, abans de donar-te la paraula. La Noa ha parlat, you have spoken about soft power. And we are living in a small country.
No ha parlat de poder i Catalunya és un país petit i Barcelona és una petita ciutat, no tenim molts diners. Sí. No tenim gaires diners, però tenim un gran poder tou. I això és absolutament necessari que el nou govern de Catalunya agafi aquesta herència del poder tou i l'usi de manera intel·ligent i agafi lideratge. Això que no vol dir fer moltes coses, sinó permetre als altres que també les facin d'una manera coherent globalment. O sigui,
tenim un extraordinari...
Catalonia and Barcelona have extraordinary soft power, maybe with less money than other countries, but we can produce new ideas and discussions. So, dear Secretary, you are a Mediterranean activist, and we are here to work with you. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Paul. Yes, of course, we've been meeting for many years in the Mediterranean activism, persuaded of the important role that cities, people, universities, research centers, etc., can play at the international level, and discussing how different types of diplomacy can be used in a more effective way. I think that the Mediterranean has been overanalyzed. I think that we are clear about the diagnosis. A few weeks ago, we were discussing and thinking we can see the Mediterranean as a perspective of opportunity, a space for diversity, culture, history, resources, with a lot of young people, cities with a lot of potential. But there's no doubt about the fact as well that now the Mediterranean is the epicenter of one of the most complicated phenomena in our planet take place now, such as political tensions with wars not many kilometers away from here. It's an epicenter, as Anna said, of authoritarianism in many ways, an epicenter in climate crisis and climate change, about suffering related to migration, about injustice related to migrations as well. The Mediterranean is the epicenter of many issues that make clear that we are suffering here. And this happens in this moment of change for the world and for us as well. The urban world is changing, the balance in power is changing. In some values we consider it clear and very well rooted are changing as well. Europe itself is changing as well. 3 years ago, we were focused on climate neutrality. I think that now there are some nuances. We were talking about a Green Deal, now Clean Deal. There is an important nuance here. If we talk about digital transition, I don't think we have the right approach. This is connected to reindustrialization with democracy as well. We must think about which are the challenges of digitalization and the challenges of democracy, hate speeches, and all the external influences in our democracy, such as we saw in Germany last week. We are talking about defense in Europe as well, with no complex. In our ministry, we were talking about dual technologies, about all these names, which mean defense in the budget in 2027. We will see it very clearly. What is happening with the social issues? We have the treaties, and I think that we have to reivindicate them as a crucial element. And what happens with cooperation? I am very concerned about it, and I work a lot for it because it's very relevant. We saw what happens to the United States. They just have frozen all the support. They are retreating from international cooperation, and this is impacting already very close programs. We know many people who have been impacted by these measures as well. We can interpret it as an opportunity as well. Jordi said, okay, when the space is free, it's occupied by somebody. Okay, we'll see who takes the place. If Europe takes this place or some other quick operators, I'm thinking about China. We will see what we do. But I'm clear about the fact that cooperation is a crucial element. And in Europe, Spain, in Catalonia, we must focus on cooperation as one tool of this crucial soft power. And just a couple of things related to La Generalitat of Catalonia. What is it, what we do within this not neutral context. We are reviewing the MedCat 2030 strategy next week with IEMed. We have a working session to see how we evolve in MedCat planning to 2028 for our Mediterranean priorities. We wanted to talk about the green transition and all the challenges connected to this hot spot, which is climate change in the Mediterranean. We want to talk about resilience, water, natural resources, energy transition, biodiversity. We want to talk about competitivity and economy and innovation, and how to relate innovation and science with financial development and prosperity in the Mediterranean altogether, both in the north as in the south. Some projects that's from Catalonia focuses on that. We're going to talk about blue economy, transportation, companies, and of course, about alliances for the social and the democratic transformation. So we will include the agenda of rights in the Mediterranean issues. We are a progressive government, and of course, the only way to progress is by including rights and social coherence in our discussions. And within this context, the Generalitat has a public tool, which is cooperation. You already know, and it's in our government plan, that we work for feminist cooperation, and we will progress on that. We want to reinforce our work on the line of these two issues, ecological and digital transition. And we want to connect collaboration agenda with the multiple inequalities in digitalization. So this is a clear bet as well. We talk about peace, stability in the Mediterranean, which is an issue we are concerned about. We are creating a peace commitment that goes beyond the government, to discuss about multiple types of violence. And we work for multilateralism. I was in Geneva a couple of weeks ago. I was in contact with many multilateral associations for emergency support. We've been talking with ACNUR, with the commitment with the multilateral system and the collaboration of the Generalitat of Catalonia with it. And this commitment for cooperation must be shown in our strategy. And we are truly working to reinforce this tool. We have a decentralized cooperation with a high added value, which can have an important impact. We will reinforce alliances with close stakeholders to us, such as the IEMed, with different departments of the Generalitat of Catalonia, with Catalan operators in the Mediterranean, and with the Spanish government, which is a crucial alliance, and with the European Union, of course, as well. We must go for the global gateway in tangible activities. Investments have an impact, and we have to decentralize our activities. Thank you very much, of course.
Moltes gràcies a totes i a tots. Gràcies a l'IEMed per acollir-nos una vegada més i ens veiem en pocs mesos.
Thank you very much. Thanks to EuroMed, and we will close. We'll meet again, and we will contact you to involve you in our initiatives. Thank you very much.